Are we live? Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to another stream. Like I eagerly wait for this day so I can meet you guys and talk about all the awesome stuff we are doing. Let me fix the chat and we will continue. Just give me a second. I need to find a automatic way to do it. It's not showing up here. And I don't know why the chat is not coming here. Seems good on the stream. Should we get the window? Just give me a second. I will get the chat box in there. If you are here, say hi in the chat, and I will. Meanwhile, I will just get the chat in. Yeah. So, hey, Ketu, welcome, welcome, welcome. Is it you? If I right? Thank you very much for coming. So yeah, so this is I need to fix this chat thingy. So it's not maybe from it, it should automatically come in there, but it's okay. We have the chat here. Awesome. Okay, isn't it wonderful? And now I will share soon and about the agenda of today, which is quite simple and going to be so much fun. Let me personally invite some people also because this was requested by some people and then they don't show up. Make me sad. Which is the agenda. Okay, let's see how many people are there. Like the stream, if you are if you are watching, like the stream, and then we will continue with our agenda today. Okay, so I'm going to share the link with some of the people. Okay, meanwhile, and if you are here, just say hi and I will share the start will start talking about today's agenda and some fun stuff. Okay. So I am going to share the screen. Yeah. So this is the agenda for today. So mainly, as for the overall uh, fun of things, I decided to structure the stream a little bit more. So first of all, so as I'm hearing a lot about AI, and we did it in our previous stream also. We looked at some good use cases of AI, and today we're gonna talk about something more. Is competing with AI, using AI basically. So today we're gonna develop some tools, right? And along with that, we'll have we're gonna discuss the role of TechArt. So first, we like the last time we discussed about the role of the level design, and I personally explained the role of environment art and prop art. But we can go one by one with all the different roles in the game art, or in games in general. So because it's a collaborative industry and you collaborate with other departments, and what other departments you will get to collaborate with is what we're going to discuss more. So in the tech card there are more niches which people work in, but basically we're going to talk about role of tech art in general in games. And there are we're gonna make some procedural foliage and word which we could not explain in the last week, so we're gonna do it today. So we're gonna discuss procedural foliage and world building tools inside Unreal. And yeah, so we're gonna make a forest out of our foliage what we made. Yeah, so this is a topic, and I was planning to do a reference, based it on a reference uh, from my collection. So maybe we'll do that. We'll create this and we'll try to create this use case or a forest fully, right? So that's there. But overall, we're gonna discuss the role of tech art in games. Then we're gonna make some tools using AI, and I will show you all the different places and how you can do it, how you can learn it. And if you're scared about the industry and how things work, so you can do it too. And then we're gonna jump back into our project, our things. Maybe we're gonna continue the project from last week. After I show you procedural tools inside Unreal, we jump back to our project, and the floor is always open to discussion and chat. So if you have any question, you can send it in the chat. And and yeah, so as always, there is a topmed link uh, in the chat, and yeah, so I will share the topmed link. Okay, go to this link in the chat. So go to this link on the chat, and that gonna take you to the topmed page. Okay, so the topmed page, you have the Discord link here on top, and we have our channel here, which I'm planning to replace with the salary survey. So if you don't know what the salary survey is, let me get the link in the chat. We have made this initiate to make the salaries more open, so everyone knows more about it. Okay, so let me get you the link. So here, here is the survey link. Okay, so you fill it, and as someone asked, on the somewhere. Uh, we're gonna make it public. And like if you don't know, you go check it out. In our previous stream, we had a ugly version of this public tool available. Not available, but it's there to see. Um, but there is no data being imported yet. So we are working on the tool. So if you are know someone who can help us build this tool on the website, surely send them our way. And this is for the community. So yeah, so if they are, we can volunteer some time to help us make this. It will be wonderful. So if I show you the form here. So basically this is the form basically, so you need to fill it in this format. So you go back to your LinkedIn and just look at the dates and fill it in this format. What I'm planning is I'm looking for some volunteers who can volunteer some time to help me get this up and running, or just get the form filling. So how it is, so basically we gonna I'm gonna ask some of the aspiring artists like who have already filled, who trust me with these things. You can come in and send me a message on my LinkedIn, or send message through TopNet that you were open to volunteer. So what I'm gonna ask you to, create this for different people. So I just want you to look at your connections who are from India, open their LinkedIn profile and make this for their profile, and send them and ask them to fill this number, right, in integer or float, whichever, like in points or just numbers. Fill that and submit in this form. That's it. Okay, so because it could be a cold calling, basically sending them DM and hoping that they're gonna fill. But I already heard no from a lot of people, which are being pessimistic. But I'm mostly an optimistic person, so I will still encourage you to do it. So I'm gonna start doing it with my connections. Okay, so I will hope you will do it with more of your friends and people. So it will be wonderful. So this is for the survey. So we have almost 50 entries, I believe. I cannot show because it's hidden. It's private. I cannot show. We will not show anyone any of their names or email or anything. We're just gonna use this data, which is anonymous, which is without name or without thing. This is just is what time, what location, what studio, what salary, what position. So then you can filter out in our online tool, and it will be so much fun. So yeah, so this is there. So maybe I should incorporate it here, right? Which I can actually. Yeah, but like the adding third button here just bring another chunkier button here, and I don't want to create this. So that's why I reduce the um, number of things here. So you see a lot more things. So it's just a few. So I will mainly uh, reduce them more to more lesser services. Okay. And yeah, so we have testimonial. So if you know someone who want to learn environment art or game art in general, send them our way. Okay. So we don't teach basics, it's mentorship. We teach hardcore stuff. So if we can guide them to learn basics from uh, internet resources freely available, and if you're stuck, man, we can help. It's just you can take it as tuition. Basically you go to school and then you take extra tuition to help with the study, something like that, similar here. So we already have some mentees, and I'm really passionate to start the boot camp. So I only need 10 people, and this will be the only one batch this year, because it's going to take 5-6 months to finish one environment with full detail, right? So I gave here like his 4 months plan, but it could be more. So this is the one big passionate thing I want to do in here. But yeah, cool. Yeah. So whenever you're in the portfolio review, you need to ask me anything. I'm always here. Okay. Yeah. So let's start with the good thing. Okay. As you know, so I know about. the role of tech art in the games. I have worked alongside with tech art, and I'm a some of a tech artist myself. That big bit. Let me see if someone have messaged anything. Hello. Yeah, if you're still here watching here, ask man like if you have any suggestions or any thought about what we are doing and what I said, you can share, and you're feel free to you know share your thoughts and feedback. Okay, I'm ready. So here we have screen. So yeah, so I'm something of a tech artist myself. So yeah, so this is what the main role, because I've worked with them and I have already did. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use AI to ask this thing. So I'll show you how you can, basically generate this thing. So I will simply, we just need the bullet points and what all different areas they're working on. So then I can read about it and agree about it, because I know there are who can make tools, shaders, rigging, and you know uh, making pipeline tools in the landscape, all the different area, because there are areas and then there is sub areas inside in there also. So I can simply ask it. I'm going to talk about role of tech art in games. Can you give me a list of different areas where tech art help artists with few lines of explanation? Okay, so we'll just simply hit it. Okay, yeah. So basically, it you get the idea of basically what all the different field and industry is in there. So is this is why I'm showing this, like how you can utilize this to have learning quickly, because self learning is the best way possible to moving forward, and you have to learn it, and it cannot be scared. So it will never go away. The data is being stolen, and they have trained it. Models are already existing there, so it gonna always be there. So use it for free uh, version at least. So recently the grok came in, and I got to know a few more stuff which I will talk about. So yeah, so utilize all of them. Okay, so first of all, it's saying like the shader development and shader development, which is again like, so when I was making, so why I'm saying this one is because I like the artistic as well as technical part of the games. That's why I'm in the game, because I wanted to become a computer engineer. So I have a diploma in computer science. So I wanted to do that, but I could not. I loved art also, so I had some creativity. So I'm something of a creative artist myself also. So basically that is the very first thing you will do as a artist also, because when you implement some models in there you need shaders, so that you need to understand the basic shader. So that's what I also developed. A very first thing is shader. Okay, rigging and skinning is good for animators, as we don't animate, but we did animate trees. Okay, so it was not tech artists who were doing it for us. We were ourselves doing the rigging and skinning, and taking it to the game and implementing everything. Even the foliage pivot painter, even the normal rigging and skinning on the plant, or even animated props. Like there are sometimes there are props which are animated and you have to rig them by, not by bones maybe, but that much of basic understanding of rigging and skinning is awesome. Okay, and we can look into some example of and rigging the tree and animating it, and that will be, so everything here will be regarding trees and probes and environment. So, so procedural content generation, which we did last time also, like whether it was with the shaders, whether it was with the procedural volumes, and we're gonna look at some of them after some time also. So like after we have gone through this, we're gonna look at that also. So procedural content generation, as artists, like you see, we seen artists need to know, like you can create rocks and debris, or landscapes, or scatter things on landscape, and there is so much good stuff you can do with procedure generation, and you're gonna see later in the stream. Lighting, rendering, optimization, this is the one area which I am really looking forward. I need to look for unreal unreal profiling course. I remember there was unreal profiling course, and is it this one? I think it is this one. I'm going to buy this one. Okay, it's not that much, but I'm planning to get this course. Okay, so if I hide this one for now. So basically, this is optimization for Unreal Engine 5. Basically, they will talk about all the tech cut stuff. It's like too super heavy. You don't need to if you're a starting artist and you're not gonna, you just make props or assets. You don't need to get into this much, right? But this one is, I'm really interested. Like it's really deep into the stuff, and I really appreciate it. Was on sale when it was launched, right? But it's still, I think it's worth it as it is. So yeah, it's wonderful. It's a good course to many and as a senior, I have been asked a lot about these all things, knowing how things work underneath. So because when you're working with larger scenes, optimization start to make more sense, because you cannot have all the models into with millions of polygons. Daylight is good, but it still cannot handle everything. You have to be sensible about how to use things and how to create things. There's a really good tech demo about Nanite in on the Epic's YouTube channel. You should start with that, like how Nanite work basically in the behind the scene, and what is the best thing. And maybe I will look and send you if you need. But this is good, and I'll share it in the chat in case someone want to grab it. Okay, so this is wonderful. Okay, so you even if you don't want to grab it, you can see all the topics and things underneath, what those are, so you can yourself search for those topics somewhere. But this is a good collection, and this guy know everything, and I'm following him from a long time, right? So yeah, so this is good. Okay, so let's get back to this. So optimization is thing, like you might have made LODs, right, which people are just ignoring now. LODs, collisions, and shaders, and memory, texture density. Why we have poly count and texture density and everything? It's just for optimization, because games are real time, and you need things to run on time. And they do this type of profiling, or is a like calculation, or finding what is causing a lot of drainage on the memory, GPU, CPU usage basically. Okay, so that's profiling. VFX integration, we do have VFX artists, right? And then we have some art tech artists who help us build these tools to streamline this process, again the pipeline. But we have integrated you know tools in the different, like Blender or Unreal. So usually all the big companies have those. Tool development, which is I also have created, and I believe everyone should create. I don't know if you know, like the people who use Maya, the people who use Maya, say yes in the chat. I would love to hear you and see you. So you might have made these macros, or this custom shelf, right, where you keep these tiny tools and scripts in there. So those tools are developed by people, and there are so many artists who make their custom one. And even I have my custom ones. If I show you, just give me a second, I will get you show you mine. So here, wait, just copy behind. So this is my profile on GitHub. I haven't posted in year now, right? But you see, this is a tool which is already available uh, on my art session, which serve a purpose, right? Which was a big problem when I needed it. Okay. And there is Code December, which basically people code every day. They give you something. So I tried two things, but I quit because get it got too difficult. This is my tool. It's my bunch of tools which I use every day. So I made this. I don't know if it works or not. And then there is batch file, which you can click, and then it you know overnight you can scan all the folder different images in the folder, and you create a process and export the FPX and create the project and save it in the folder overnight. So you don't have to do it one by one. And it also had a feature to convert video into sequence, and then run the sequence, and render it out. So yeah, so this is something of a tool, and which is fun. And if I show you, I will show you why I was doing it. Okay. So if you see, here is the script. It's like very bottom because I don't take it too seriously. Here, this is basically, I have shown, it's the video is on my YouTube channel. You can watch it, this one. But I will show you. mm, Sketchfab. I'll show you why I was doing it. The future, because see, I started making portfolio for the academy, right? And I had this scene. So this is, I made these, and there are like already tutorial on this, but I don't have time to do it. So basically, so you have we had this scene, okay? So which is from Simon Steinheck, concept art. If you don't know, the awesome guy, this one, okay? It's not accurate, but I tried. Okay, so you see, this is something like that, and I scattered some grass on top of it. Okay, grass on top of it, which was using geometry nodes. So but the problem was, it was not giving me this thing. And now later on, we had a realized instance node which served the purpose very perfectly. But still, this script still hold. Like if you want to replace all the instances you have with some different object, you can still do it with the script. It's really simple, like here. Okay, so it's in the tool realize. You just pick an object and realize instances. It just convert the geometry node asset into different objects. So like which you okay, so and also it have this UV issue, which you can use this new node which is there. It's like a UV map. So it's already obsolete, right? So you apply it at node. So but then you have UV issues, right? And which could not. So it I showed it how you can do it manually, but then you do it. But yeah, that is there. Okay, and yep. So let's get back. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Right. So tool development, which is really important, and that's what we're gonna jump into, how we can utilize AI to build tools for our workflow. And I believe every artist should have their own custom tool set, and every good artist have, or experienced artist, not good, experienced artists have. And yeah, so this is how, like, basically, you, if you have a problem, you want a solution, you create a tool and then you share it to the public. Because believe in this philosophy, if I'm having some problem, then there are other people also who might be having these problems. Okay, so sharing is caring. Okay, and again, this performance optimization came again, the same. Okay, physics simulation, right, right, hair, clothes, and these type of effects, tech artists help a lot, right? I don't think I have dealt with the physics simulation or any clothes simulation at all, except shader based or flags or anything like that. Okay, so that's the only simulation I dealt with. Procedural animation, again, not our thing, right? But there are some shaders which can, rotate the assets continuously, or make the light blink on certain thing. And I remember we worked on something where it was like glitchy effect on the screens, so I had to implement everywhere. It's using one shader, and how to do it's all up to us, like how we want to do it. And this is what basically I want to be, and I try to be basically the bridge between programming and art teams. And this was a very strong point on my side, and I have a really good stories to share in the interviews based on this thing, where I am little bit strong in the technical side. So I understand I know the basics of programming, right? I know basics of Python, and I made myself some tools, so I understand the programming and what a technical mind will think, and I know how what artists might think. So I am a bridge between those two. I don't want to get into fully tool development and tech art, but I want to be, a bridge between tech art and artist, right? So like semi tech art, so that I always try to play within the team, right? Because I've seen people are not that technically strong, and whenever they have issue, and they just, break. So it's a really good skill to have. Okay, so that's basically, I believe this covers a lot, and I believe the most important is you have is these three. So as a communication, have a soft skill. Once you have the tool development and shader development, and then optimization, performance optimization, that's like the fourth thing. That's the only thing you need as an environment artist, prop artist, or like even if you want to, you know make your head around what, to make your life easy around tech artist, or in general in the game. So these are the four things you can jump in and do. Now let me show you something. Okay, so now you understand what tech artists are, and you can look for, like, imagine here, like I have made this tool, so I'm some of a tech artist myself, because I can show the people and what these tools are, and what these do, and then they can download it, they can use it. Maybe it don't work and people can complain, oh, it's not working, but you can come here, and not on this, but throughout the GitHub you can search. You can say Blender, like you will see all the add-ons, maybe Maya scripts or Blender add-ons. Okay, so you will find so many in there, because the people upload their tools, their add-ons, and everything here. It's free to do. Okay, you can do it also. You don't need to, go anywhere. But this is a nice way to get the eyes in there. So like you learn the Python also, or the programming also, and you understand the technical, and you can do any type of tools. And why I'm saying Python, because Python is common in many languages. Even Unreal support is, Max is supporting, and Maya supports it. Nuke, even Unreal, recently they made API in there, so you can make Python tools although it is not written in Python. And Blender was always there, and which made it super easy. And the very first script I wrote was in Maya, basically to automate a bunch of tasks. It is no longer here, but basically I had a task to convert the foliage assets into Maya root assets, basically. So you need to create a collection in the in Maya. So basically an empty node. In empty node you create bunch of LED group. In LED group you place each of the LED with proper naming, and then you have this export tool settings, basically. So you have to assign that and export. So basically it was just bunch of thing, like you create empty, rename it to this, so this, okay, like that. So what I did, I wrote a script, right, which you basically run, and it asks to import something, and you click on the model, it takes the name of the model, and then create empty on that, create LED group named with the name, with LED 0 1 2 with the name, put the models from there into those LED groups, clean up the UVs and all the uh, unnecessary stuff, clear the history, clear the transforms, and assign those, because it was just a operator, and assign all those settings, and just simply ready the Maya file. And then I just click export on the button, and it just get to the game engine, right? So they gave me 1 week. It would have been hell, but I took 2 days to figure out how to do it. The tool, they stopped me, they said don't do it, but I was sure it is possible. It's just like a macro in actions in Photoshop, right? You have bunch of actions and you do it and you record those actions and done, right? Something like that. So I want you to think it that like that, okay? But yeah, so this is basically you can um, learn a basic one. So you will encounter something when you grow, and you will have problem, and you, if you have a friend who is passionate about creating tools, you can ask them like, I want this tool and that tool. Yeah, they'll figure out. Like we, for the our salary survey, we are making by ourselves the whole website. You see on the thing, I made it myself, right? So like that. So there are already code available, you should know how to understand it, what the code does. And the codes are not very big, they are just simple line of code, it will not go beyond that. You have to just give the data or the lines in a correct format, and will just work. So for the starter, I will recommend learning Python basics in there. So there is on YouTube, um, uh, free. So there is a really good website, free code camp, okay, .org, this one, okay. So you go there, okay. So you can get started, you can sign up and stuff like that, or I don't know if it's gonna ask for, yeah. So they have basically everything. So what I want you to do, there will be, it go way very beyond in there. So they should have a YouTube. If you don't have, we were gonna type YouTube, okay. So this one, okay, I don't want, okay. So here you have all the bunch of good stuff in there. You will get full courses without any fee, and it's much more detailed, okay. So whatever you want to learn, ask the AI what you want to learn, and then you just plug in what you need. So here we need Python. I will show you which one I watched. And there was this one course by this Harvard School one is good. This one is good, but don't want you to watch. Where is the Tim guy? So many Python ones. But I watched one. Is it no longer here? That's weird. Recall Kabul, they have a lot of rules on Python. Damn. Okay, so let's not get too much Python. Was it Tim? I think Tim. This is game, yeah, with Python, but not this one. Yeah, this one is good. See this one. Okay, Python for editing, and yeah, this one. So Giraffe, this one, right? So this is like, so this is good. Like this is the very first one I watched. It's 4 hour course, and you just one day you watch it and follow the thing, whatever they're doing. Just do the same, and yeah. So you get the basic, like what um, variables are, what functions are, or what loops are. Basically, that's the only thing you need, and then there is this guy is Gandalf basically. So if you want more technical, more theoretical, this is the one to go. Okay, and yeah, so these are the two one you can have in there, which can, and then doesn't matter whichever tool you're using. Imagine if you use uh, Blender, like for example, I use that. So Blender add-on tutorial. Okay, so you will find uh, on their official website there is something, but you can, you know, make add-ons. Basically you can watch some of them, so just to understand Blender API, like what it does. But let's not do that too much. Okay, let's just give me a second. I will show you what I made the other day. So what I did, I used AI to create something. Okay, and I will show you now how to do it. So if I let me run the Blender. Let me see if I already installed it. Otherwise, I will install it. Mhm. And okay, here. So here we have our Blender, okay, which is default, right? And if I show end panel, so you it's usually show up here. So here is my B3D tool, which is like this, which is upgraded version, more personal version of the 3D tool. 3D tool is much more cleaner and safer. I removed the client name because sometime I worked with a client where we have to create nodes and groups and everything. So I and need to export in certain way. So I created those tools to one click export basically. You click the button, it give you the node group or empty or all the things in here, a default file with the default settings, and then you click export and export it right into that folder where you have created. So it was the like, so you needed to place the empty node and asset in a certain folder in a certain location. So it create there, and it in mirror save the Blender file in the mirror location in the separate folder, right? Export folder for export, source folder for source, but all the folder structure is the same. So something like that I have developed, and then when I click export, export to the export folder. When I save it, save to the source folder. Something like that. It's so much more awesome. And yeah, so and in the export folder, if you have texture, you can import the texture and assign it to your model in one click. So something like that. Those type of tools I made in there. This is Unreal. This is also by some guy who is super awesome tool, and I use it every day. But what we need is here, like I haven't installed it yet. So use the other thing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna let me bring the tool, and then we're gonna talk about how I develop that. Just give me a second. I will get it. So what we can do, there is this. So when you try to develop something, we can simply go there, or we can just. I hate Windows 11. Okay, so I have this. So it's basically you can just simply go preference and install the add-on from here. So here from disk. Okay, so I will do it. Okay, so it installed. Okay, there's nothing much. Like say it still have the same default name. I go to view. Here you see the bookmark. Okay, now what this is, it is a very simple add-on. So why it is in a view? So imagine you have, like, in Unreal, you press Control 1 to have a bookmark. I don't have Unreal. Do I have Unreal open? Nope. Okay, so I will open our project also meanwhile. Okay, so yeah, so this is basically, imagine you have a view, you want to save the bookmark, you can say add bookmark, and it adds the bookmark. And then you go to a different view and you click add bookmark, you add bookmark again. And then you say, look, okay, this is my third view, you add bookmark, you add bookmark. Now the fun is, if you want to switch back, okay, so you can click on this button and you switch back to that view. Okay, and there is a button to rename. Okay, so I will say cam one. Okay, it takes time to refresh, but it does. This is cam. Okay, and this is cam 03. It takes a little bit time. I don't know why, but it does. And yeah, so this is basically there. So you can basically switch between different camera angles. And there is surely there is a delete button or delete all button, add bookmark if you want to add more, like if I want to add more, and this add bookmark is awesome. But the only issue is, which was not sorted in this, was this camera. It showed an error. Do not create the camera on this location. Okay, which we'll try to figure out. Just put few minutes here to fix this tool, and I'll show you how we can fix this. And but yeah, so this was I made using a AI. I did not write a single line of code for this. So what I used was, which tool I used. It was free online. I didn't. Was it Grok? Claude. I think it was Claude. Claude. Yeah. So the Claude I use, I just simply asked, simply I'm making a tool. I will show you how you can also do it. So now first you need to set up the environment on that. Okay, I'm still not pro. I will be honest, like I'm not pro in these type of things. Okay, so don't think um, of me as a too awesome person. Okay, in this especially. So let me quickly check in on the chat. Vishal Yadav is here. Hello Vishal. Let me get back to my here. So hello Vishal. Hello, bye. What's up? Um, yes. There is a realized instance node is there now. Before also it was there, but it was causing the UV issue. Then later on, someone told me you need to use UV map. You have to define the UV map also. So yeah, so that maybe the node was not there. Maybe I was not aware. And then the third problem where I wanted to change the mesh later on. Like if you want to change the mesh on those later on, if once I confirmed, so that tool have two functions in there. So it still hold the second function. First function is obsolete. But yeah, so this is basically, yeah, learning process. And I'm crazy. Whenever I have to click 20 times, I need a button for that. So it's just a macro, and yeah, I noted down the functions. I wrote it in the function form and just simply made the script. And dude, like, you don't know how many times people have downloaded it. And on Gumroad, I think it have people even paid for it. I don't know why. People still, like, in the few months, like last month, I think only someone paid $1 for it. I don't know. It was free. Nobody, but it helped someone, right? That's why they paid. It's awesome. So that's what I'm going to bring. Like, if you make a really good tool, you can sell it. But share it for free, you get eyes, you get reach, and then you can make it a viable career if you can. But yeah, so we're gonna do this exercise where we're gonna make our own tool. right? I'm going to show you how you can take your own idea or take ideas from internet. I want you to do it in Blender because why not? And let me show again. So here we have VS Code. Download it, install it. It's free. It's awesome. And recently they announced Copilot. I haven't tried it. This is the very first time I'm gonna try in front of you guys. So when we're gonna make our new tool, we're gonna use this one. It's a limited. They have different models, right? I wish if I could use the free ones. Uh, you can add models. Maybe it can work offline, or but I want to use it because they have a limited version. Like you can use only 30 times and stuff like that. But I want to use it indefinitely, but a special use case. So let me open the script folder in here. So usually it's installed in users in the C drive, users, your username of the PC, and then app data, roaming, Blender Foundation, and whichever Blender version you're working, we are in the 4.4, and then scripts, add-ons. You will know once you do it, and then you have scripts there. So I will open the folder here, okay, and okay, this is the bookmarker, right? Add-on, open folder, and I say, yeah, I authorize this because we don't want our computer to happen something like someone hack or something like that. So don't put code, anything of that. So you see, it only have one script. This is the cache folder, we don't need, but this is the only script, okay. And it's asking to install. Okay, let's just install it. Okay, okay. Now, and there is this Python script you can install, and then there is if I come to extensions, okay, so you search Blender. This will help you. This Python have something, and there is Blender development, okay. This is the guy who main guy from Blender Foundation, so you can have it. And there are some uh, uh, templates. Basically, you want to create add-on, it's already have all the scripts in there, so you just don't need to write the basic things, so you can use this template, so you can install. And that's a fork, you don't need it. These are the main ones, okay. So once you have installed, good. Close this one, close this one. Let me open it again. So now you see here we have a blender here. And if I go back to preferences, and you see here we have our script, and here it is working. And what I wrote, if I remember, what I wrote in the, yeah, like I'm making this bookmarker tool. I will tell you a little bit from it. It's not my idea of this thing. This is, I took it, okay. So I put all the thing, the basically all the tool. Maybe I will just show you only, okay. So there is a website called Script Spot. So there used to be a website called for Creative Crash, which is, I think, Human 3D, or I don't know what it is now. Uh, if I say Maya scripts, and yeah, high end 3D. Okay, this is for Maya basically. So you get a lot of tools. This one was really fascinating for me. Okay, here, okay, because we had something like that in Max also. So if you go in there in Max script, so if you don't have idea, you can go to Max script and you can see what they are. So this sweep profile was really interesting, and I made something similar, but my good friend Mike, he already have this tool. I will show you. Okay, so you scroll down and you'll see some there are so many tools. So I was just going through these tools when I stumble upon this bookmark. I was, okay, so you look at this, and see what works for you, okay. So yeah, so then you can basically make it that way. Fracture, good one, but we already have so many tools, so you have to be aware, like, not to remake something which is already there. So do research, but you already might have some ideas on things, how to do things. Yeah. So there is this one. I don't think like so this one I really wanted to make this one. Copy paste object property is again a really helpful. There is a vertex painting one I wanted to make. Wrapper tools, another one. So you can take someone else, like text tool, right? Text tool was really popular in let me search, save viewport. Mm, viewport. Am I typing it? Location. No, this will not give us anything. Okay, this debris maker is good, which I'm trying to make. I will show you. I use the uh, AI to make it also, but it was somewhere here. I went, kept going, and I found this bookmarker, and I thought, like, yeah, I named it a bookmarker. It is something else in Max tool. That's why. Quad chamfer is good. It's already there. Quad cap is already, you can do it is without any add-on. It's a thing. Don't take something too big, right? Something basically is based on your issue. Like, imagine something you use it in Max and you want it in your Blender setup, right? And then you can make it. And I will so this one is good, right? And but my friend already made it, this one. It works really well. Okay. And debris maker is one which is not there, but I have made it, and I will show you what I'm doing about it. And this is there. So overall we have all these scripts and Blender add-ons or external. If you want to know, okay, so in there, so you, in the scripts, you can go to scripts, and you can see which by upload date, by submitted, or by hits, by votes, because there are like votes. So you can pick, okay, what are the most popular model sets are there, and which one will work. Like the Copitor was really popular, but here in Blender you can copy paste simply in the viewport. That works. Okay. And yeah, so that if you have idea for this thing, you can share it with me if you don't know how to make it and why we should make it, and I can help you with this, right? And but you see, there's weighted normal. Weighted normal was not in 3ds Max, but it is a modifier in Blender already. And I think now there is a modifier in Max which can, do it. Project manager is the asset manager, which is already here. Viewport bookmarker. Viewport spelling was nice, right? Only, So here you see, so there is a more functionality in there, right? So basically, you click and you see, it just, you can simply, right? So what I wanted to make a simple version of it. I just a list of things, and I say, like, when you in AI, that's what I wrote. Basically, I copy pasted this. This is a tool I want to make. Okay. And the camera can be created, and also this will be saved. Okay, so if I say, okay, I will create a new file. Okay, new. Okay, and then if I go to n panel view, these are still there. Okay, right? So this is saving this in the memory. It will stay in there. Okay, so it doesn't matter which files you are in, this will be available, because it's doing it in the backend, in the cache or temporary memory. But I wanted to save it as a blend file in where the asset add-on is located, but that is again uh, a bit of a task. But overall, getting back to what we are doing, so basically name, I can put my name in there. Okay, so I put my name and where it is the version, and Blender version I used it on 4.4, and version is 1. Okay, or maybe 0.1 because it's a test version, it's not a stable version. Okay, you see it when I put 1 it gave this. You can press tab to initialize it. Okay, so it's a really good, like, because you have installed the Python script add-on in there. BPY is the API of Blender which you need to learn. I will not go. So you see this, it do a bunch of stuff. Okay, and what matters is the this operator. Operator is kind of button, basically the button which you can put somewhere. Okay, and we can create a new one. So here I was, playing with, you see there is like green one which I was playing with it, like I need to get this thing. Okay, so you get the camera and then you do this thing. I will show you how you can do it easily in a few steps. For now we are getting error, rest of the things are working fine, so we don't want to touch anything else. So where is the, create camera from bookmark. Okay, so this is, it's doing a lot of stuff, right? Which location it is, right? It takes the location and getting it back and then creating camera with the name. It's too much mumbo jumbo which I don't know. Okay, so even this now, so I can comment this one also. Okay, and now what in theory, what in my head was like, imagine I go to this camp and I create a camera. Okay, and then camera is selected and I go to view, view, align camera to view. Okay, and then I get back to my viewport. So you see this is like, I keep this position of current uh, bookmark. Okay, and imagine I go to this position, create a camera with that name, and then it's it's aligned to view and there's something like that. Okay, it will be much easier to do it on the viewport. So that's what we're gonna look at. Okay, so let's get back. I will ask Copilot. Okay, on the browser. Okay, here. Okay, I will say okay. Let's new chat. How can I create a camera on the current location of the viewport with Python in Blender? Let's see what it says. So it's creating the camera and data, linking. So let's try this one. So I copy this, come back to our script. So whenever you click the button, okay, so this is gonna happen. So here you see we already have. So if I copy paste it here, okay, yeah, and I can press the square bracket to control square bracket to move them, because it's gonna cause problems otherwise. So they are in the same row. So now camera data is already there. Okay, so there's a camera data, there's camera object, and then this is where it do not work. Okay, so I can comment these two because we already have these, so we don't need those, because it's the same thing. You see bpy data camera new, and this is also doing the same thing, but it's doing properly with the name of the bookmark. so which is good. And and the rest of the things we see. Okay, how to. And this is basically, I said, like, okay, you jump to the bookmark, create the camera on the place, and then jump back to the viewport location. That's what you do. So I can save this one, and then you come back to Blender, and if you remember, we changed some settings on top here, right? And if I come here, edit preferences, and the bookmarker, where it is, viewport bookmark add-on. So right now it's there. Okay, and we where it is, so it is, name is this one. So we want to name it bookmarker, and the simply. And yeah, so I save the script again, and you see this is, will be bookmarker. Now there will be my name, version will be different. And and how you can do it, you go to here and go to system and reload scripts. Wait, let me move it here, system reload script. And what you can do, you can right click and add to quick favorites. Okay, so when you press Q, right, Q is quick favorite, and you can reload script. And you see it is bookmarker now, and it has version 0.1, and just have my name over here. So that's how simply you can, you save the file there. And there is another version, if you install the Blender tool, so you can press Ctrl Shift P, and you say start, Blender start. Okay, and you can do it that way also. So you can keep press Blender start, and you're going to start the Blender, and you're going to link it your this thing. You can see the on Blender's channel, you can see the tutorials basically. But I like this one is much better. But if you want to see, if you have larger script and larger version, you want to see what is break and what is not, so you can do it. So now it should be here, and then we can delete all of them. Okay, now create a new file. Okay, and I will go to a viewport location. So we don't have anything in there, so we add bookmark and we try creating. So it giving us, so when you come here, so it say link camera already in the collection scene. Okay, so it's already in there, so um, we are linking it, and it is saying don't please. So this is basically it, we are linking. Okay, here, so we have seen. So let me comment this first, because context.scene collection, yeah, it is linking already. So let me try saving. Okay, and I'll create new file and reload script, and in the view, and I will add bookmark. You see it is, see, now I can click here. Oh, it's creating on the viewport, so it's not switching there yet. So what it is doing now, it's creating camera where the viewport is, which is also fine. But first we need to switch to the camera, then we click, then it is fine. Okay, but just to make our life complicated, if we want to, I can delete all of them. Okay, and I'll create new. So basically, if I add a bookmark here and add bookmark here, logically when I'm looking from other angle and I click on this camera, it should create camera where the actual location was. I was not able to sort things out, because logically it is correct. Okay, logically it is correct, because we have location and rotation and everything already, right? Region basically here. Okay, bookmarks data, and it was using that to create the camera or moving it. Okay, we can try. So it's we can try doing that. But what I was planning to do is you switch to You save the current location. Okay, you switch to bookmark. Okay, you create the camera. Okay, you make the camera, and then you restore the restore the thing. Now, much more, if we have add bookmark, switch to bookmark is there. Okay, so whenever this is pressed, we switch to bookmark. We can use this function also. Okay, so I don't know how this will work in there. So we have saved and restore. And what if I add the function here which calls in this one? So if I just, I don't know what to do. So basically you need to, if I just say okay, you just execute this one, switch to bookmark, and let's see if it works or not. So we have our new file, nothing in there, and reload script. And then if I click, and it's still creating the report. But again, we sort some things out, and we, because this script we don't know, we can switch to the camera. Basically we have this, and we do not need any setting, but switch to which camera, and okay, that it do the self thingy. So we don't know which bookmark to bookmark take here. Let's try. This is the bookmark index, and then can we do this? Nice. Let's try. Mm, we can comment everything else. Let's see if it switch to the camera. Okay, we just want to, okay, there's nothing. It's just the, when we hit this one, it's gonna execute this one. Okay, and we want to see what happens when I click there. Okay, and I save it. No errors. It is switching. So here, you click here, it is switching to the camera. Good. Okay, so now once we have switched, we want to create the camera. Okay, which was a which is a lot of mess. I This is not needed. This is not utilized. Okay, so this one is a comment. So we already have a camera, and let's see. I save this, come back, reload script, no error, goes. And now if I select all of them, and I will say delete hierarchy, and imagine, because there is unused data also, that's why I say like creating new file is much more good. So now if I click, okay, so it's creating the camera with the name, and but not on the location, which is fine. So we got the camera from here, which is linked. Now we need to here this one, or was it, which one of the script we just copied from there? So yeah, this is the one. Okay, so this is the one. I'll save it, and let's see if we reload script, view, and I'll go. The camera is where? Here. I think it is creating. There is one where it is. But it's why it is so far away. So if I switch to, okay, so delete all. Let's try again and add another one. So this is, and I will delete it. Oh, there are two bookmark too. Add, add. Wait, make it new. This is the last try. Then we're gonna move on to create another one. Okay, just bear with me. So delete all, add bookmark, and add bookmark. So we have two bookmarks, and if I click camera, it switch, and I will make this switch. It is not quite accurate, but although we are getting something there, so I just need to spend a little bit more time to fix this script to find the correct location, and then just simply get back to the location where it is supposed to be. Okay, and I'll save, and this is the report, so we need to see what it is saying. Okay, and yeah, new reload script. Yeah, it is, in that sense, it's creating on viewport. Yeah, when it's switching, that's why it is, because usually the Python is like very linear. Go, maybe it's why it should execute this first and then this one. Hmm, that's weird. It's okay. So yeah, this is the add-on. Basically I try to create simply from this, and the basic functionality is there, and I love it, and you can add as many as you want. Yeah, you can delete all of them here and then there, but that's the functionality only I need to fix. Then the very first version of this add-on is there. Now let me show you the sweep one. uh, just if we I'll show you. Sweep, sweep. So there are these add-ons and profile here. Yeah, found it. And if I show you, like we had this sweep profile, no? So and I think it's a paid add-on. It is paid add-on, but it's really okay. So it's just so here you will see this. It does all that stuff. Okay. So whatever the profiler does, it does. So you can basically, you know, choose the profile from here, and that's what sweep profile does. You have bunch of profiles which you can use, and I think it is also paid. Yeah. So this free version which you can download, and I think there is a pro version which have more functionality and more of these uh, different curves, I believe. Yeah, this is good, and you can try, but I was most in love with this one. Okay, this is a really big project. It could not happen very easily, but I'll show you what I made uh, again using AI. So I will bring in that add-on. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just because I have the scripts in my folder, so I will just copy paste it in the add-on folder. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm mainly doing. I will show you. So here is the debris maker. Okay, so it's the same add-on. Basically trying to say it's like main, and then I have modules. Basically it have all the different ones. This is the best script I used for Blender, oh sorry, for 3ds Max. So it's really cool, and the guy don't have a website yet, but you will see this. So you generate, and then you get the breaks and all the other stuff, which we can make it in Blender also, procedurally, but I'm trying to make an add-on which can do it. Maybe there is other people who might have already made it, but this is what I'm trying to achieve. So basically, I will have one module. I can place it here, or what I can do, I can create a Blender file with graphs, and then I can append it basically. Okay. So yeah, so this is basically in there. I will bring it into in here. So I will reload script, added preferences, and there will be debris maker. Okay, so you see it is also saying replacement, which is okay. So it have my name, awesome. And we have debris maker, and debris maker is for now is not working, but basically you can reload modules, and then you can click on a module. Okay, and it will show all the settings here like you see it in the Mac. So once, so each settings will be inside these scripts for each, because each of the module will have different set of settings. So that's what I was not able to achieve this thing. So for now each script have the each settings, it is not loading for some reason. So that's what I had to figure it out. Yeah, yeah. So I hope it's not too stressful to do. But let me get a look at the chat and see who else is here. Hello, let me see how many people are watching, if people are still watching. Right. Hello everyone. Hello, hello. If you are still here, say hello, and we're gonna jump in to create our own add-on. If you have idea, share it in the chat link on what you want to achieve. Or if you have idea like, okay, I have this issue, uh, and I clicked so many buttons because of this, there's a really nice book on Python if you want to automate the boring task. So that's what basically I learned the Python for, and you can also. So just drop in the comments what you want to uh, eradicate, like that one button you need. Imagine you do five different steps for something and you need one button. So send it that to me, I will show you how you can make it very easily and quickly. And if not, in a minute we're gonna just jump into creating another add-on from there. Okay, so in here, so let's just go through, like I will wait for your comment. Vishal, awesome question. Do you plan to explore Good Engine? Actually, I did already. We were making our own game. We were trying to make our own game, so uh, we wanted to make a cozy idle game, uh, like Clash of Clan, but idle. Basically, you town building like that. There is already script from Kenny's game thing, so those are already there. I tried it, and we had bunch of modules, but it was chaotic, and I got busy, and I could not continue it. But I was really passionate about it. So basically, there is. Wait, let me show you what was the game and how basically the game document we wrote. Where is my notion? Here, just give me a second. Mm, so many things. How mini garden? This is the one. Yeah. So if I show you, hmm, yep. So here is the what we were making basically. So my plan was to make a garden. Okay. So if you not know, so there is this really nice game. There is literally no uh, scope of game. Basically, you build something, you keep earning points by time, like and the larger the better you make things, like you the where you place things, the how cozy it look, you get more points. And similarly you have this terraform. Basically you get let it load. Yeah, so this is basically a cozy town building tiling game. So basically people come and you give them something to do, so they just do. Okay, so the people will fish, some will farm, and yeah, you will get more tiles as you grow. I think this will not load. Okay, so you see, so so it costs something, and you keep earning more. So the larger the world you have, the more you will get. So then you can simply make a house, make a water body, or make a ground. Okay. So simply, yeah, so this is what we were trying to make with this thing. So yeah, bunch of fountains made, bunch of seatings, and paths, and all the bunch of stuff. And then we're working on plants, from simple bush to tree, right? So yeah, so this is basically, yeah. So this was in Godot basically. So if you know Kenny Kenny assets city builder, I think I have link in there. So it's different one. Yeah, starter city builder. Yeah, this is the one. So basically, yeah. So this is bunch of tiles and you can place. And it was already a game, and already we had it working basically. So yeah. So this is the one game we wanted to make it in Godot, and unfortunately, it's on pause because there are no people to work, and I alone cannot make everything. So yeah, maybe one day. So Blender learning. Yeah, so I don't, but my friend have access to Blender learning. So he got me the geometry node course from them, and Python also. So that is there, but again there is a limit to learning potential also. Like all the things I had to learn for the project, for the live, what I'm passionate about, and what other people need is a lot. So I try to keep it limited, and I would love to get back to it, but if I get someone who is passionate about working in Godot and making some nice little assets, so one 3D artist, one developer, I will just put them into doing this only. So we had a volunteer who made all those assets, but he never submitted the files, he never shared the files, so it was just gone. So yeah, so we had all the things made, but it's okay. That's life. And yeah, so this is I know I think you only told me about that Blender is making. So if it is in learning, I will ask my friend to share, and I will see how it is. Right. But for now, I'm not getting into development. Only focusing on Unreal and these things, and still life is still happy. Okay, so let's not add a lot more things. Okay, so getting back to um, scripts. Okay, so sure. So you can go to high-end 3D. You will find here you can say newest or you can say highest rating. And how to modify. So reset from, no, I want the scripts, but I want them to highest rating. Yeah, now it changed. Basically, if I have one rating, then people gonna, I want best match. Let's just uh moment. Oh shit, I was mute. Okay. Yeah, I will try. Like, I'll try. Okay, so it's basically don't want to support it because it's not much. But I'll try. Okay, I promise. But I'll try. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was mute. Sorry. And I was not aware. So we have bunch of tools. I'm looking at the scripts by. Yeah, this is the one, the same which we have in Maya. I want something. I think we already have something like that in Blender. So let's search. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I did not notice. I just saw that mic was off. Blender Spring Animation add-on. Yeah, here. Yeah, here. Right. So you can see Springboard. You can go inside the script and you can see what is there. It's good. So we don't need to make it. It's already good. But what if we can do it to any object? Can we do it? So it's maybe it's based on the bone. So I want to check the script. So it's not the idea. So let's look for another one. Okay. So this is good. So this one is sorted. Like if I show you, I used Max more than that. So this script I have used is so much fun. So much fun to make. Right. So yeah, so this is out of the picture now. If I go to these guys' website, I want to show you these guys have a bunch of good tools. Okay. So studio tools. So they have tiles, they have trees, 2D image, snapshot is again the objects you can keep. Okay. And custom tools if you want, they can generate. But this tile tool is there. Okay, so which we can do make it using geometry nodes, and then we can control the geometry node using the add-on itself. So let's do that one example where we make something using geometry node and we say, okay, you control it using add-on from the viewport. So this is again, this is simple script, create a brick wall. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Mm, okay, I will close the folder. Okay, we start fresh. Okay, and if you have any ideas, guys, you can surely comment. Let me look at the comments if you have idea. Yes, there are multiple ways, but basically, uh, if there are multi-step process to do something, and if you're doing it a lot, then we need a button for that. Simply, that's the main fundamental of why we are doing it, why we are making a tool, right? So imagine you are, it takes some time to achieve something, like it takes 10 minutes to let me just get back here. Like imagine if it takes 10 seconds to do something, or 10 seconds is less. So like imagine 2 minutes to take something, like it's a bunch of steps, like you do step one, two, three, and it can be automated with a simple script. And imagine you need 1,000 objects with the same setup, and you have to do manually. Then you need a script. You make it once and then you replicate it. Surely you can instances and other things, you can copy paste the settings, but again, if you need it to do it on a lot of things and it's going to take a lot of time, it's much more. Again, getting back to the example where I needed to convert the foliage asset into unique, uh, like speed tree file have st version, so we were taking it directly to Unreal. And then Unreal is, it takes a lot of information, like multiple UV sets and extra color data and all the bunch of stuff, it take it with the itself. So that was not memory friendly. So then we were converting it to the version of uh, normal node, normal asset. So that took they gave me 5 days to do it. So 1.5 day I just spent making the script, and otherwise it will take that much time, right? You import the model, clean up the things, put it into the groups, and at least it will take 2 minutes for one asset, and there were like more than 100 assets I need to go through. Okay, so it get boring also, and it's really labor intensive, and why do it? Okay, so why that's why we have procedural tools and normally program tools. So that's when I made the script. It took 1.5 days, and then and the rest, and the next day everything was done, like in a few hours. So it so I spend the more time, right? So I could chill than the rest of the day. So yeah. So again, we are making those tools to make our life easier. There might be already tools and add-ons to do something. If you are not able to find something related to that which automates our process, then we're gonna make it. That's the main goal of this. Shalmo, as you're learning, I'm learning Godot. So my bias idea will be to make tool for improved Godot. Hmm. So, there is I don't know about the community. I think the Blender and Godot community is already strong. So um, Unreal, Blender tools. So there is already a tool by Unreal, okay, which you don't need to even export FBX. You just directly link your model to Unreal, and then there is Godot Blender tools. I must be there, no? Uh, and the recently Brakis is back and is making Godot tutorials, which is awesome. And I think Godot takes GLB also, and Blender can export GLB, which is easy. And it depends on program to program also. And I believe Kenny can you can check, you follow the Kenny assets. He have bunch of assets, and he make things around Godot and Blender now, so you can follow him. I'm not following it for long. This is what I found, but it might not be correct. So there is surely there are Godot engine, and there is Blender add-on. Okay, and yeah, so you can get the Godot game tools from here. And I don't know what did it do. Right? So this is like more animation side of things in there. So you see, so okay, so we have this bunch of things like there is already, and again there is this Unreal tools, which simply from Blender to Unreal Live Link is awesome. And but I don't know why they make it super difficult to download this add-on. Why don't can't they just give it a zip file and just download it? And you have to go to GitHub and then do it and link your account with them, and a lot of stupid things. Just give a add-on already. Why I need to link account? I'm not developing it further. I just need it for my workflow. But no, they will make the life difficult. So yeah, so that's overall, and this W maker was there, sweep profile we don't need, and the style was I don't. So let's get back to our developing these things before we jump in. So I will say in my add-on folder, I will create a new folder and I will link it to this folder. So I'll call it. I'll make a new folder, okay, and I will call it new add-on, okay, or maybe. We call it FPA. 3D, FP3D. Okay, let's call it FP3D. And I will open this folder. So here, and I will open folder. So why opening folder? Because it keep all the files in there. So when you can create a new file in here, and now where is Copilot view here? Um, so here's the chat messages. So it's basically code completions. Oh, okay. So when it asked for the suggestions, it those were coming from Copilot, which is man. And how to open it? Okay, we create a new file which is init.py. This is the default file. How can I open this back? Free plan is there. So now, uh, because it's a free plan, what I wanted to use it for, how can I open though? On the side, yeah, here, huge. Now, control I to ask and start typing dismiss. Okay, so like we need something to do. Okay, so we can say, okay, uh, can you, we'll see how much it takes on that. Like we have this data, so for now, like we used it a little bit. So we use it is 1%. So we can say, okay, uh, I am working on the new Blender add-on which creates a wall using geometry nodes and control the settings of the node group through my add-on in the viewport. Can you write me the script for the add-on? Let's see what I do. So what? Why you can't? Okay, let's does it use share message? Okay, so it's like 100 messages or what? Okay, so let's do this. Control I. Nice. So it's using ChatGPT 4.0. Good. And we can name it our come on GitHub Copilot. Okay. And we have 4. We could have given it the which version we are working on and everything. What our creator name, it would have remember. Let's see if it work or not. Okay, so this is basically, it gave us a bunch of settings. I don't know what it does. I can see it gave node group, created node group, input and output and stuff like that, and add wall operator and settings, but I don't see view it says. But let's see, it's saved. Okay, I come back to Blender. Okay, and I have to turn it on basically. It's there. Okay, select a wall object, it says. Okay, so now um, mm, do we have no? Okay, so now what I wanted is, see, the when I was creating the tools previously, what was happening, that it was creating a whole script again and again. So why I wanted to use it uh, is to add something in there, not to update the whole script, but add something in there, in that functionality. So that was my goal. So as I said, like, is where is view 3D? There is the panel have this, and there is draw. Okay, I will go edit mode. mm, Maybe it is asking for, I'm in the mesh now. It does not do anything. So what I can say here, yeah, okay, it is, first let's see how much it used the resources. 1%, 1%. Okay, it is not showing anything. Can you add a button, add wall object, and then we control with the parameters. With a wall object made with, and then we control the selected object with the parameters. Let's see. Now it is doing it here. This is what I don't want to, but let's let it do it this time. But I will do it here, not do it here, because if it know where to add what, it should just add it. This is what I'm trying to avoid, basically. So basically it created the whole thing again, but I want it to just update the code in there with the changes. That's why I want it. I don't want to, this I can do it any chatbot. That's what I did. But if I know there is a something wrong at certain place, and if there is something I want at certain place, it should do. Maybe we'll do it here with control I again. So I will save it, come back to Blender, new, reload script, and wall maker we have, add wall, and shoot an error. And then we can say in what line, it's in line 27, and it says here, so we can copy this one. Okay, here, copy. Let's see, we go to line 27. It gave error. Okay, so let's see what it does. Okay, it did, and I will save it. Did it just change? Save it. Let's just look at how much resources we used. What? Why it's not updating? Is it like taking one time project, but we completed it? That's okay. And we get back and we reload script. Still gives the same error. So let's check if it did something. Did not create anything. So we got another error. So you can just say it. So it is at 33. Okay, we got this error. Okay, so I'll accept, save, and reload script. Nope. So it's giving this error. So let's just create a simple, rather than wall, let's just ask, let's make it simpler. Let's make it uh let's go in here. Can you make it super simple and add a cube using geometry nodes and make simple parameters like like width, height to control using view panel of add-on. Let's see. It give us it's a function, but does it, it's not an operator. And can you make it let's just first see what it does. And we are having issue here, so we'll just close this one. Line 72, because we so like this is object. So what we can do, we can simply like we have operator here. Okay, so we can add that, bring that here. So I cut it and we take this operator, paste it. Now this whole function can work as an operator. Okay, Now but we need to name this one cube. Add cube, add geometry cube. Okay, and label will be add cube. Okay, so this is good. So we have okay, so this is, I hope it works, and then we can simply add this one in the panel. So like you see we have a parameter here, add wall. We can make it this one. Okay. So now we'll get this cube button also, hopefully. Save it. Should be it. Okay, so there is another thing. When we have this operator, we need to register it. Okay, and add comma and add it here. So it need to be registered because Blender do not know that this exists. Here did nothing. Okay, so cube does nothing. It create a wall, but oh, there is a geometry node also. Nice, nice. But what we can do, we can import the geometry nodes. Like imagine we have imagine this wall. Okay, we create new uh, gn wall, or we can name it more specifically fp3d gn wall. Okay, so this node group will be called every time, and then we can say okay, uh, we can save this in a blender file and append it on next time, and then we can control it. I want to see if we can control it or not, and I will ask the AI. So I will say grid is what we need. It's on the floor, and we can transform it. Good. And from here we can start playing with the parameters. So now size x is a parameter, size y is a parameter, and bricks we need to divide it. Okay, so imagine we make a cube. Okay, and I don't know the what's actual is like 20 centimeter, 10 centimeter, 5 centimeter. Okay, so this is the default brick, and we know this is the size of brick, and then we can bevel we don't have, it should know chamfer. Why bevel is not here? Should be by default. Okay, let's and I will increase the So we can, and smooth. Okay, so we have shade smooth. Now on for this one, x we can say 20, 10, and 5. So we have equally round. Now we have grid and we know the size of it, so we'll set the vertices as per that. Okay, I'll show why. First I will show what we are trying to do. We can say mesh to points. Okay, and each vertices will have a point, and we say instance on point. It's not the right way of, or very correct way. You see, we got the thing, and now you can increase the thing. So what we want is the number of x divided by this size. So I can say uh, x, y, z. Okay, and then we can give the value to it, okay, to the uh, to everything. So how it works? So we need a value. So this will be the size. It will be 20, 10, 5. We can control these also directly through here. Okay, imagine you want 20, 10, 5. Okay, I say okay, I want. Okay, and then whatever the size is, we say okay, math size x divided by x brick, so give you number of x bricks, should logically. And but we did not and what it is giving, it's giving float. We don't want float, we want it to, do we have float to integer? Yes. And size x is 220, we should get 10. Why it is 0.1? It's 20. This is float 2. Why size x is 2? It is 20. That's weird. And pi number and the round, and why this is too big now? That is weird. And instance RFS. What? No, let's make it one. This one. I don't understand why it is happening like that. Why need to multiply and scale it back? So now if I just do the same thing here, size y, and we do the same thing divide by number of y should give us the bricks, and then it should automatically update. Okay, so now it is basically a bit more. What we need to do here is another thing. I would say add, okay, 2, because it's not taking, because dividing but not taking the top and bottom in there. Why 5? The math is, my math is messed up. I'm not, math is not my first subject, but overall we have some parameters here. So these one, okay, I wanted to control. Let me just put that back to make it simpler. So imagine we have this wall and I want to control these parameters. Basically that's what my goal was, right? So we can, don't make it here but control it from here. But yeah, so that's, I believe, is much more complicated than we thought. It is creating a bunch of things, but this one is more straightforward because it is just viewport and we don't have to create something more complicated thing. And what else we can, this is again geometry node, we have to dive in gears again. We can make it using again geometry nodes. We can make 1 gear, 2 gear, 3 gear and set the size, and the geometry node can do it. So again, yeah, there is one. Okay, okay, I got an idea. Okay, so basically we have this thing. So if I say realize instances and I say apply, we have awesome. In object transform you have randomized transform. Okay, so which you can do it. But like if it works, like if I select everything and I say p by loose part, yeah, and now you do object transform randomize, you see, wait, and I will do to object and object transform randomized transform. So now you have, why rotation is not, yeah, you see. So you, and we can randomize this and you can have scale even, and then these you can, simulate and make the brick pile and stuff like that. But this is again a few pages. So what I wanted to achieve with this is, like, imagine I want to make it using geometry nodes and I can ask the AI to how to do it. So basically here I wanted to make a geometry node modifier which randomize these elements. Okay, let's ask AI, because there is I'll show you, there is a script. This was good. Okay, so there is, if I search here, I don't know, this search is awesomely awesome. Rem- so this script called randomize elements. 3ds Max. I used it a lot. This one. This one. So basically, it's like one object, and you can do it. So it helped me because there is this one, and then there was another one to distribute something on top of it, top of something. I think it is and um, copy on object, not and instance on. So there are a bunch of things which, so basically you can convert it into instances that is there, right? Selected object to, and then select one, which my script did somehow. But the one I had was like, I made what I wanted to show is basically we had a shape. Then I made hedges, hedge meshes. So if I show you, we can do it in easily in the geometry, no? But I don't know him. So this is the one. So I worked on a bunch of hedges like this, right? So I made this tool in. So we had a modifier or script modifier in 3ds Max, which take the mesh, you take a leaf mesh and put it on top of other mesh. One, but what it used to do, it used to take the face, whatever the face count it is, like you can distribute it on each face, you can distribute it on each thing, and then you randomize the elements using this, right? So that used to be awesome script which I used, and this could be not the add-on, but the add-on we had was fun. But the second one, it will take time. I need time to investigate how it will work in there. So yeah, so and the spring bone we already have, and why care too much about it, because we have already have this script, and when it was last updated, 5 years ago, so it's old, so it can be polished and added into this thing. I want to see if it is so yeah, so this is okay, it's good. So it takes the children, so I just don't want it to work on bones, I wanted to work on everything on object. So I don't know if it is work for now, but yeah. And this one was good. Where did our debris maker, where did our script go? What is advanced painter is? Create grasses for stone. Okay, this is the basically the uh, you select a bunch of objects, and then you can paint it like you scatter in your in a religion. So it's again, so there are a bunch of the script, like it's look at this 2009 basically. So basically you can go in and create bunch of script from this old times as per your use case, and we can start converting. If it's taking too long, it's okay, remove it. Okay, but try to create something useful which was there already. Like you see, the quad chamfer is I did not see the bevel directly in there in the geometry node, but I want it. So how can I do it? Maybe there is some geometry node which I'm not aware of, or maybe I'm using the wrong words. But yeah, so this is through you can do it. Use simple. This pipe system was good also. I think I've seen this one. Yeah. So what it does, you create a pipe, yeah, and you can create a set which you can do it. So you can pick a custom object and extend it based on these things. So you click on this pipe and then it just rotate it or add the piece. Yeah, it is awesome. Yeah, so yeah, so there is a lot of script which are you can create simply using AI, and then you can ask them to be okay. So now we have here, and I can say, okay, can you uh, let's add below here. So we have operator here, no? So and there is this thing also, like you can make geometry node tools as well. Okay, if it is chat message 2% it took, but it's enough, I believe. For if you use it too much, then it might break the things. So I will get back and I will ask the co-pilot. It's much more easier. Mm, how to how to get each mesh object in a model using geometry nodes. Let's see. Okay, so as it is saying, so this is so I'll call it randomize elements, and I take this geometry. I want to separate separate geometry and instance. Let's see if it and transform geometry and random value. I'll call it vector. Why it is not working with float? Components only, like if we give geometry directly, still why? Node if it does not support fields. Yeah, that is, this is for me is integer boolean is not okay. So okay, separate geometry is not is not that, because you give it a selection and you can separate out the things. It is not what it is. So I would say, like, we had enough of experiments, so let's just cut it off. Next time I will do the experiments and I will get back how to do it properly. Okay, so let's take a small break and then we'll jump into procedural foliage. And I learned some things in PlantFactory, so I will show you, and we're gonna jump into all the different procedural system in there. But overall, I hope I didn't bore you with this asset creation, but this is something I'm really passionate about also. and maybe I will update the script and add the operator. So like that, slowly you will add more things in there. But overall, this is a good skill set to have to increase your technical knowledge. And scripting is always good to learn. If you cannot, it's okay, just learn visual scripting like geometry nodes, learn shader nodes in Unreal. It will help. Even Unity and everything have, like PCG is something new also. uh, Again, to learn everything, it takes time. Okay, so yeah, so let's have a small lunch break. Okay, and I will be right back, just 15-20 minutes. Okay, so in the meanwhile, write in your comment, go back, and if you like something, if you want to ask something, just go through it and ask me in the chat. And Vishal, thank you very much for being here. And let me know if you want anything else or specific thing you want to learn. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Yeah, so are you guys still here? Yeah, I'm just looking at the solution for if I can. If we can get the data. Index. It's 2 points. Yeah, let me show you what I'm trying to do. Um, we're still here. Say hi. We'll jump into our Unreal. So what I'm trying to do is mesh to point, and there is no. So it's like all the points are here, but it's the whole mesh is not there. Even the separate is mm, how to sep how to how to separate as loose parts using. Okay, so set mesh islands. Do we have something like that? Mesh we have. So we put that into selection. Okay, and we take nice. So it's mesh island node. I will take it this. and if I math, how do I make it travel? Island. How to seems like math node. So we can do we have integer here? I don't think so. This float to integer. Okay, it's showing here data, so this will not work. This is weird. How to compare node? Is it what is this node? Okay, this is a compare node. So if I say is integer and is equal, this is equal to this, then this. Nice. Okay, so yeah, so we have all of our different ones. And how can we transform them now? This is a mesh islands. If I search island, I don't think there is anything else, but it's good. It's a new something new. We can take the selection. Yeah, now. Okay. So we can now what we can do, we can say transform geometry. Okay, and pivot is awesomely at awesome spot. It's not an instance. Okay, I don't want to make it more longer. Let's talk about Unreal. So as always, I did not save it as sad. So what I'm gonna do is save it as two, and I'm gonna take my default geometries delete it. So we have our basic scene back. Now if I show you what it is, nice. Edit, I think I turned off the collision last time. Use complex as simple. Here it's block all. And I save. It's not optimal solution, but we don't have to create collision for everything. Let me go full screen so you can see also. Oh, okay. There's another thing which visible in game. So visible. Okay. So let's get back. So we had this thing which I show every stream what it is. So we were working on this. Okay, so this is basically the level which I scanned from gameplay video, which was fun actually. It was a lot of fun. And now let me get the what do we have in there? Okay, so this is the one we tried with the sculpting with the landscape. We tried making it. This is the one we I think made with the asset pack of Cambodia, which was free on Unreal Marketplace. It was chaotic, so decided to showcase from the blockout. Okay, so we made the blockouts and then we, tried to make it last time in here. But yeah, so just wanted to showcase, and we made this thing. So if I play, so we made this vista, which is not realistic, but in old games you usually do it. So we make it again using CG tools, and then we can place the thing. So it looked much awesome. So you have this parallax. Oh no, 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 don't fall. Poor fellow. Okay, so we have this parallax, even though it's the same geometry cut from the same mesh, which is a nice technique. Which sure I can show again if anyone want to see it. I can show it again as well. But what we want to talk about is procedural foliage. So for I will talk about the different placements ideas or ways you can place the foliage in the scene. I think we already have some in the content. Let me see if we have village. and we have, I think, in there this tree, and we have a bunch of things. So if I show you the map of village, this is how it looked like. Okay, so this is the grass, basically using landscape shader, which we quickly seen. You can rewatch it. Okay, and we gonna keep polishing this one. So now if I come back to a new level here, so there are multiple ways to do and place things. So for sure you can go into biometries, and then you can start placing things in there. So for example, say I say, okay, I want to place this tree, and let me just get, and you can place the other one, and you can keep placing it, and these will be instanced, but they are separate objects, which is not optimal. If you place thousand hundreds of these in the scene, it's gonna cause a lot of problems. So time consuming. So what we do, we use instances. So here you see the foliage, right? So we have made this foliage type last time. You can drag and drop. It's a large one and a small one. So you can click and you can say single. You can paint also. I can come to paint. Okay, and you can say you want to on landscape or static mesh. Let's just quickly create landscape, because it's better to do it on landscape. Make a small one. Let's make a big one, because I want to show you something. I would say fill world. Okay, not fill the world, create. Okay, so we can surely sculpt it. So just roughly doing it so I can show you one point basically in there. Okay, this is fine for now, and I'll go back to selection. So now we have in the foliage, we have these foliage. We can turn it on, and then you can paint. Okay, if you select it, you will see there are settings. So you can simply start painting, and you get bazillion amount of trees, which is we don't want. So there is the density. So we can decide how much density we want. 10 is still a lot. 1, and I will make it bigger. Good enough. I'll reduce it more. If you want to reduce this, you can press shift and paint, and I can paint again. This now will reduce it more, because this is not a forest. This is yeah, this is good. So basically you can, wherever you want, you can paint it simply. I can remove it with the shift where I want to remove it from. So, so this is the most classic and standard way to do it. Okay, so and here you can save it, because you made some changes. You can save it, and in here, like, it's still 100, so I will say 1, because a small one, and you can turn this off and turn this on, and then you can paint small one, and you can select both of them and paint also. It will paint both of them, and you can have a number of foliage and other things, which is good, but it it will cause trouble sometimes. Okay, because use place things as in layers, not like this. Okay, so I'll remove all this. Okay, so you understand. So now if I turn off the large ones and keep them, you see, this is aligning to normal. And if I paint the large one, it is not, because this is how things work, because the smaller plants and everything they align to normal. And if you see here, there will be a line to normal will be there, and you can average it out, but it will not change anything. You have to come back in there. I'm not able to see it. Okay, so you have to remove them and then paint again to see the setting, to increase the density or decrease the density, which is again a pain, right? We don't want to do it. So this is mainly for the large things. And for the smaller things, you don't paint grass like this. It's not recommended. You can paint grass like this in the areas, but it's not recommended to do it this way. So and also for example, I can make another one. If I bring back my thing, so if we have grass, okay, the common we have, we can we have bushes, okay. So I will take the small one, which is, yeah, it's just tiny enough. And this one also. So I can select these two and I can put them here. Okay, and I can save, and I will ask me to save. And it's supposed to have SM in front of it there in the, but it is not there. So I will say foliage type, save it. So they both are there. So mainly is the SM is missing in front of those, so I will add those. It's really important, because then you can tell it from asset type, but with these namings you can easily differentiate between different type of assets, if it is animation or skeleton or just a collision mesh. Okay. So we have these now in here. So again, the density we want it to be 1. Let's select both of them and see if we can update both of them. 1. We want the lambda average scale 0.8 to 1.1. Scanning uniform good radius. Yeah, there is another thing, radius, like what it is. So basically, like how I believe that it will not create more instances in between. Okay, so in when you go over the static mesh, you can see in here the approx size in the middle is 2 meters. So we'll give it a 1 meter radius. I think it's in centimeter, I hope. And yeah, the random values are there. We don't need anything. And here you can define if you want collision or not and other things, but overall it's there. So now we can, if we want, there is this. Okay, one thing I wanted to is angle. Okay, so we don't want it to be on the slopes, imagine. Okay, so we say okay, just on 10. Okay, and even the trees, these can be on 30. Okay, this we can say okay, be on 15. And this will only be on 10 or 7. It's mostly on flat surfaces, not on the. So we have all of them, and now I can simply paint. Okay, see, so is it because of the, there are a lot. So if, let me decrease this. to 10. Okay, and then I will paint again. Does not do anything. I will increase the density to 5. Yep, so it's adding more instances, so I will maybe make it 10. I want them more, and I will again increase the radius to 1 meter and see if it is. So now you'll see the slope, the tree will not be on the slopes. They will be on the flatter surface mostly. Okay, you see? And now you can control, okay, you don't want it in this area, you can shift click, and you want in certain area, you can paint. Okay, so but you have to do it, redo it every time. And grass, we don't do it, because again, as we did in last time, so I'm gonna save it as, so I can showcase that point also. And in the village, or we can say in the content, I will make a new folder, foliage tests. Okay, and I'm gonna create new folder called maps, and procedural foliage. Okay, and we have it. Okay, and then I will assign the landscape shader which we made last time in our village we had. And I will take the material, this is landscape, so I will copy it to here, copy here, and I select the thing. We can create an instance, or okay, so it's turned black because for now it do not have any layer. So we come back to landscape in the paint, and we create layer from assigned material, so we get it. And we create it already, it can come from there. So I just, I'm not this, we can want it to, so rather than this, we can create new weight blended. I think we had, so we will have it in here. So we can rocks, I think we had three three different layers in there. So we can open it up and we can see. So we have grass and path only. Sorry, so I thought we had it three different, we made three different layers, but for now we have grass and path. So this is what we need to give it here. Okay, so we can just remove these. Yeah, so grass, and I can use my content here. Okay, and we can save new weight blender layer, and we can save it in here. Yeah, grass, and then we can add, we call it path. Okay, and we say again weight blended, and it will save it in the same folder, so we have it here. So now we have these two, we can simply fill layer. Okay, so we have it. here. So now you see the grass automatically come. I'll explain how it works, and it's coming from here. So you see we have two layers, path and grass, and then we said landscape grass type. Okay. As I said, like, you can paint the grass through this, but you have to redo it every time. But this time we have grass and path, two elements here, and we say okay, when there is grass do this, and when there is path don't put anything. And this is landscape grass, and grass have it here. Okay. And you can add multiple also, like imagine you say okay, I want is here. Wait, this. Okay, so then we can say okay, pebbles or something like that, anything we want to add, and then we can add that grass type. But for now we have this. Okay, we can open it up, and if I show you, we don't need the other thing anymore. The selection, if I zoom in, so you see we have grass, and here we have density, so I can reduce the density and it will update the thing. So if I want more, I can add, and if I want to remove the reduce the density, we can. And in the landscape we can paint the path layer. So I'll say okay, I want, so there is a path. The spelling got wrong, I believe. It's not taking that path layer. So what I can do, I can name it like this, and then I can path. Okay, so now it's matching the name there. Weight blended, and I will save it here. Okay, it's already exist. So then just add. So we have it, and then let's try. Why it is not working for this? So it is path. Okay. Should not change. We have path and grass, and that's it. Now we can simply remove this one bit, and here delete. This is weird. Is it not strong enough? Wait, I will make it full. Maybe it's not strong enough, and I will paint it. That's weird. Landscape shader. It is 1 and 0. And here something is broken. Not sure what. It's weird. it should logically should work. Okay, no worries. So this is basically the whatever don't have a collision, okay, or not required player interaction should be added in the grass layer. Okay, and also you can increase or decrease the distance of the grass visibility. Right? I believe these assets are still visible. So basically, I was thinking like how we can reduce the this one. So I'll say okay, the smaller ones, and there are smaller ones, and they have culling distance somewhere. So there's like no collision is there. So you can turn off collision here as well. Yeah, there is a cull distance. So I will say okay. Let me see, 5,000. Yep, 10,000. So with the grass, or you can make it more also. But with grass, the bushes are going away because we don't need those at some distance. But still, like at some settings are okay, which are working, but some it's still limiting. Like where, what if we want control like grass for the foliage? That's where the procedural foliage come in. So let me check if we have foliage. There is what it, we already deleted it. So if I come to fully test and if I create a new folder called foliage, and here I can, we need to turn it on. So we come to preferences, uh, plugins, we search for procedural. So we turn on this PCG things, and we'll keep doing the test on that. Oh, procedural foliage, where it's not foliage. What? How could it be? I think it's the preferences. So I search procedural foliage, and now we have to restart. So let me restart and see if people are here. Hello, anybody in there? Yeah. I will just showcase this procedural foliage, and then we gonna call it for the day unless someone have any question. And what we can do is next time I will try out these PCG tools for scattering foliage. And I wanted to show one plant factory also. This a really fun thing I learned a few days ago. Window. Window. Okay. Okay. Here we have escape. Okay. So now, what am I gonna do? We can leave this grass in, or maybe we can remove it. Let's leave the grass, and but I want to remove these ones. Okay. So because I'm gonna show you now. We'll keep some part. Will be remove the remaining. Just keep this small patch only. This is the painted foliage. Okay. Now in my content in foliage, and we have where is my foliage. Okay. And there is a procedural foliage spawner. Okay, so you get it as a procedural foliage spawner and foliage. Okay, just call it. Okay. And when you open it, it says foliage types. Okay, we already have foliage types. You know about those already, and we have created that in when we painted the foliage. No, so we just take that. We just need these. So when you click here and you add it here, and you can add more, and it will remember the setting from the foliage type. And we can say bushes, and we already have those two. We add those as well. Okay, so in here we don't want override. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and we, you can double click and you can open it up. Then you will get more settings than other thing. You see the procedural, this was not there before. So now this you will get here. Here you can control density, procedural, how much the collision if you want or not, how much further the shade radius should be, clustering, how many seeds and stuff like that should be there. And we will play with all those settings. And what we need to do is you come to foliage and drag and drop to the scene. Now you can make it bound free, uh, go anywhere, but you can change the bounds here. Okay, I'll say okay here. Done. So we created a big box here, and I will just slightly smaller. So we have this box covering a chunk of terrain, and here you will have generate button. Resimulate, and voila, you have your procedural foliage simulated and ready. You don't have to do anything. And now you will see this is like much more natural. You see this is it's taking care of the terrain, but it's making some clustering in here. So just keep this resimulate button here, and what you can do is you come to I'll come to the foliage type of the large one, because that is both. So the large one and the small one, and we can increase and decrease the density as like okay, so I want it to 0.5, and this one also to be more or less to 0.01 maybe. Okay, so I don't think you need to save it, but and then when you resimulate, is not considering why. Okay, so there is another setting. So you come here in the settings, so you come down, you see density collision clustering. So what it does is number of steps, means like on how many seeds you want, and then this is the density of that. Okay, and each step will have that number of subseeds. Okay, so that's so I can simply say 0.5 and make it smaller. Okay, okay. And a spread distance is like how much uh, wide the radius is, like so for example like these smaller ones, right? So they're clustering too much, so I can in the clustering I can say okay, you I only need one. Okay, and spread distance is 200, variance is how much further or less, so make it 100. And yeah, that's distribution seed, there's nothing to. Okay, so you resimulate, you got much lesser things now. Okay, and that's what you can do for the larger ones also reduced a lot, no? So already, so that's how and if you feel like okay, no, so these trees are much closer now, so what you can do, you can spread with, I can say okay 400, and you can resimulate, and they will go apart. Okay, I'll say okay 600. Okay, so they will grow a much apart, and we'll say okay, I'll make it one. See, so we have much more dense forest for the larger ones. And if I say okay, so I just want one and two, and that's resimulate, you already have lesser ones. So what is usually do, it create one point and then create some other seeds in the surrounding area. So it's like you see this is much more simpler and much more possible, so you can control it in multiple ways. Yeah, so you have procedural volumes, and then so many people are so scared of using this is because of the experimental nature of it, because it says it's experimental, so people are scared to use it in the studio pipeline. but I loved it. We used it in hunting simulator fully, so the whole forest is procedurally. Now there is a one fun thing. So let me landscape, and we have path, and I don't know why the normal grass is not taking. Maybe I mess it up in some naming. So I say, okay, this is normal grass should not follow it. I don't know why the grass is popping up here as well. Cannot, I don't know. But if you have painted this path is throughout the forest, and now you want to get back my this thing, and here you have inclusion and exclusion. So I would say, okay, exclude the layer name is path. For this also, where is it? In the placement here, sorry, exclusion is, or we can see if we have no path. You save, you select the volume again, come down, resimulate. You see, path has been left alone, and now we can do the same thing for the bushes. And where it is, and now this is a new thing I really love about Unreal Engine is they have created instance foliage actor. So imagine you have a huge world, you can split this into by tile. So like it will create these smaller chunks. So I don't still don't know how to control it, but it is there. So now you see this grass should obey also. Why grass is not obeying, I don't know. So maybe we can go to landscape. Let me try once more, and I will non-weight blend. Who made it? Non-weight blend. Now it is gone. So add, I'll call it grass, and weight blender layer. Now save it. Cool, and fill layer. Okay. Now we just simply select the path. Nice. Working now. Now we can simply make a better path. Okay. So now we need to resimulate because we made a new path. So we need to resimulate for sure, and we'll do the same thing with the bushes. We say exclusion, and then we can add another thing in there. where is my, come here, you can say exclusion, and I will say path, path. And we don't have pebbles, I believe, but what we can do, we can, I think we can use the rocks we made for the other project in the adventure. There is this rock we made, we can use this as a pebble. Okay, so biome, we don't have rocks in the biome, so we can simply say rocks, and I will copy this here, and I will take this one and open this one, select this one, and you see, nope, 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 this one. What is happening? Cliff rock, and why it is already updating? We did not add it in the, that's weird, because we did not add it. Did we move it? I think we accidentally move it. So copy it. 3. Come on. How to clear the, and we add this in here, and now we can add another one, is for the rocks. Where is okay. And this we can edit. So whichever setting we want to, but overall I want to make it small to save, and we select it and we say resimulate. Okay, you see, so now the pebbles are only coming in here, these are rocks which are fine. Okay, and I will duplicate it. Okay, and I will make it tiny to 0.1 maybe. Okay, in the foliage actor I will add another one, and in this I will add to grass. Just I want to showcase that we can have it on the path. So we have it, we have these, so these are still too big. and we can increase the density, or we can add. So my step is I would say 3, and then I would say okay 10. Spread radius is fine. Yep, radius we can reduce 10, 5. Okay, so we got pebble, and we have Z offset, and Z offset is -5 to -10. So we can put them inside the floor, maybe increase it -5 because we can make it more smaller. Scaling is yep, so let's bump up the density. What happened? Why others? It's weird. 325. Am I changing the wrong one? E1 is excluded on path, and this is excluded on grass. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, so we have rocks which are only showcased on road, which could be pebble or decals or anything it could be, and we have other foliage, and we don't have player actor in this maybe. Yeah, but nice. Started underneath the floor. Okay, so you get the procedural, you get the grass, you get the plant and trees and everything, all the forest procedurally. So this is basically the procedural method is there, and then the new one is PCG. Basically, the main goal of procedural system is to talk to each other. Basically, so we can have grass which can talk to landscape. In PCG, I saw you can sample um, the ground or landscape or object or other PCG graph, so you can talk to each other. Okay, so wherever this thing is, don't generate other things. I think they already have biome tools. Let me have a look. Mm, so which we can do it next time. Okay, so I'll show you next time the thing. But before we go, I want to show you quickly a cool thing I learned. Okay, so here we are here. So what I learned, so basically I wanted to make show you a palm type of asset. Okay, so let me quickly get the name. I want to get the exact one. Mm, um there's so much open on my PC. Just a second, Don. So if I show you something like this here, so something like that. So it's like something on the stem and something on the top. So I'll show like what I did not like about it as well. So something like simple palm plant. Okay, we already have it. So the basically the quickest way was to get us advanced segments. You got a segment, okay? And then in the influences I can do this, and radius we can make a little bit thin on the top graph. I usually keep the low setting. So and in here we can have, okay, so now we wanted something on top. Okay, so we can add leaves and then turn it, but I really find something really awesome is called urchin, whatever it is called. This kind of a ball, okay, and there is another one is called hydra. So what hydra is kind of a circle, okay, but urchin is kind of ball. What urchin is a creature you can with a porcupine, like it's pointy, is found in the sea. So now if I add urchin is in here, we can come here, and that day we were trying to find where to generate. So here you have tip of the segment. Okay, so you automatically get it on the tip, and then we can, sync it and stuff like that. We can do all that stuff. But overall, what we need is you can have anything. For now I will just have advanced segment. You see, because it feels weird, but once you get to Urkin's setting, okay, so there is a first and last I found. So you can control the first, and you can say end should be come down. Okay. So what you got is a palm, and for sure, like this is advanced segment. If I in the influence, if I say nope, on the top, keep it less. Okay, and then it is there. And on the Urkin, I can Urchin, whatever it is, I can reduce the radius to smaller, and we can sync it. So we have it. And from here, if I take this one, and length is fine, and the radius, surely we can go like this. Okay, and in itself, in the meshing, you can add the blades. why it is advanced blades. Okay, and then you can, you know, simply start, and or you can control the width of it also. It's not this one. Blade width, sorry. So in the blade width, can't we convert it to, but yeah, but it's overall is basically it can help you get that circular thing. And we can surely rotate one, this one. Yep, we get. And in the segment you can have tropism. Tropism, where is my tropism? Okay, so you get them, it's fallen down. Okay. And surely you can add variation and do a lot of stuff. So if I show you in the most simple way possible, so you see, so you get this type of thing. And why I love it more is basically, so it's like the Urkins, you have the start and end, and you can more and start to move up. And yeah, you can increase the number. It's so naturally, place them more like a fern or plant. It's so easy and quick. So if you need something like a flowering or anything, it's just a single click. And but you can surely, there is an angle. Where is the angle? You can, there's this angle, so you can give it a variation of 10 maybe. So then you get don't get that geometric type of pattern, and you have more options to do it. And the same thing what Hydra does is, and if I bring the Hydra to root, so Hydra is just a circle basically. So we have in here transformation, which was not required. You see, it's just a circle. Okay, so then you can increase how many you want in a circle. So it's a useful for flower type of thing. And yeah, you can change the scale, radius, angle. It's much more self-explanatory. So, so you get this, and a little bit here, so like something like that. So you get flower type of, and you can surely change the scale to 0.1 to get a variation in the leaves. And here we have it's on the tropism here way, and you can have this way. Okay, so this is what I found interesting. I really like the urkin. Okay, and I really like it. But the only problem was, what if I wanted to Hmm, let me add 90 again. What if I wanted to have half of it this way? Means like, so it is in the radius is round, but I don't want it round. I wanted it half. So I was trying to find maybe this angle, but it's like each instance angle is there. So and I could not find a way. So there is really fun to make a profile, right? If you want, if I just show you, so so this is there. So if you select the Urkin, So profile, if I bring it here, right? So you got this type of got it. So basically, if you want the plant to grow from here, you can. And then there is section, and section you can do something like that. Okay, but the only problem is this works. This works for us because we don't want the full D. We want the half of it. Okay, so we have it half, and I believe it is possible. Okay, so we got, but the problem is it do not ignore the backside. So if I assign the thing again, you'll see it's still generating on the other side, and I don't want that. So maybe it is. Let's try one more time. There is this segment, so I'll delete this one. Right? See, it's still there on the back. I don't want it. I want it to ignore. See, on the back, it's still giving. So that is the only thing I want. I wanted this. Working is good. That's perfect. I just want it to be, uh, you know, make its coverage less. A start end is coming from bottom to top, not start to end. And if I make it 0, make it 10, so then it might work, but like on the back, I don't want on the back. Let's see if I reset this. Then if we make it 5 and not go beyond, but that will not be a much awesome option, and we can reduce the number. So it's that this is each leaves angle, or maybe so 90-degree. Good. No, I don't want to add more. Basically it should keep it. If I want it to rotate in 180-degree or 190-degree or 200 degrees, because like why I'm saying is like because sometimes these ferns and everything are grow on top of the tree. For that I need it where it's just on the one side, not on 360. I did not find that yet. Oh, do we have something? This is we did it manually, so it does not change anything. So yeah, so I don't know. So that's what I'm still trying to figure out. But this Urkin and Hydra is like much more useful. And in advance, you can have this blades. Blades you can change and create any shape of leaf and everything. It's much more fun. Okay. So I hope this was awesome and you liked it. And as always, I want to share something the same news. Maybe I will add the so So, as always, we have our Discord server here. You can reach out for portfolio review and ask me anything. It's free, and you can join the Art Talk. The first episode of the Art Talk is available on the YouTube. Let me share. So, the first episode of Art Talk is available here. Okay. And go check it out and share your thoughts. So, if you want to participate in that, you can sign up through this. And I'm really passionate about bootcamp. It's not much for one-on-one or group mentorship, group training course, live course. We'll have these type of long sessions every week and feedback session also. So, and only we only need 10 people to start a batch, and once we have a batch we'll start, and then there will be no other batch this year. Only one batch I'm starting, unless we have a huge response and I don't have anything else to do maybe. But overall, only one batch, 10 people, and we're gonna make a full environment from scratch. And and for the get the idea, you can go to live section, and there are a bunch of things I covered. There is a demo, and I'm covering all these things as demo. All the things I'm showcasing, they are like as a bootcamp demo, so you can go through them, check it out, what type of uh, skills you will learn. And we have one-on-one mentorship also, if someone want to have personal guidance for each step. So we have 90-minute sessions, but if you want lesser, you can have uh, we can send you smaller ones like 1 hour session and 7 or 6 or 8, something like that. We can break it down. But yeah, that's basically it. So for now, subscribe to the channel and share it with your friends, and don't forget to fill the salary survey which is in the chat right now. I will add it on top here, remove the YouTube button, and maybe add this in there so we can fill in there. So let me just quickly uh, bring that form in here maybe. Okay, so so let's see. So it is updated. So reload. Okay, so we have it. You go to this form and you reach out to this form, and here you fill the data with this format. It's fully anonymous, no need. We only need your email in case we need some more detail. And as always, if you have some time to spare, I want you to participate, volunteer to help me get more entries as possible. So we're gonna reach out to people with this format from their LinkedIn profile. We're gonna fill it out, and then we're gonna just send them this form link and this data, and ask them to just replace this number with something and say thank you. Okay, and as soon as we have 100 plus entries, which is like 50 right now almost, and then as soon as we have 100 plus, and I want 10,000 entries like this. So not 10,000, 1,000 entries like this. So once we have it, we'll have enough data to showcase on the map. We already have a demo, which you can check the last stream. But in the next one, as soon as we can fill, so next 2 weeks, uh, maybe the end start of May, we can publish the tool and make it available publicly for everyone as a starting demo. Okay, so then we can discuss and add things, and we try to implement this form to the internet, so everything happens automatically. So yeah, so don't forget to fill this form which is available here now. And yeah, so we have a bunch of other things, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.